Welcome, everybody. Bear Essentials with Bear Buyers here, and it is time to grind through. We've off camera today. We already gained a few levels. Did the strongholds and got a few Black Tusk activities to do. Capital building, of course, to do. Um, Maybe knock out some summit later on after we get all four characters through the big stuff. Let's see how we're doing on our next exotic. We're halfway there. So let's get those Black Tusk activities done. I like that one. And just run down here to the Jurassic Park Gate South. Hey, thanks for watching. Here comes the Luke Goblin. I hear him. Hey, Mr. Luke Goblin. Nothing great. We have 1,000 of those already. As you can see, I did not shoot these three. I've said this a few times this week. They died from the turmoil. I really hope for the players that kind of missed that time that they will have an opportunity to get turmoil again. It is definitely a great piece of equipment. Well, there's one. I like that one. The big strategy on these chungas is get that weak point. He's going to stall, circle behind him, shoot him in the butt. Another little tip is pull out your gun to run a little faster. Only way you can run faster is with the Lady Death after it's fully charged. Now, with this build, like I say, without running the King Breaker on this Elvis build, running the blue screen adds all these stacks. So once you get them pulsed with the mod on your rock and roll and you build up some of your blue armor, it's great to switch weapons. So again, get that up. So one more time. Got the purple here. Get some bonus armor. Switch weapons. Especially if you can get headshots. You're building up more bonus armor. So in this event, when you're playing this event with the multipliers, it's really best to get, as you can see, the headshots, the tactical kills, the multi kills. Those really add up, and the how you're getting the multi kills with this build is it's all about that turmoil because you're killing somebody when you're actually shooting at somebody else. And a lot of times, the reds, if there's two or three within 30 meters of a yellow you're shooting, they all die at the same time, pretty much. So, or it seems to be. Seeing a black tusk, but it's easy, easy peasy. Ooh, got a little crazy there. Almost halfway to another level just in that real quick burst there. Um, Black Recon. Black Tusk Recon. Must be flying away from us because it seems like we're running a lot harder. Oh, those rockets are sucking. Oh shit. How a shotgun shoots down the drone is okay. Definitely need this. Okay, we got that done. Now it's time for Capitol building. We're in combat. Are we? I don't see that we're in combat. Afternoon, everyone. Ah, oh man, I got left out to dry. Okay, we got a players going to stick around. So we got first character done. Okay. 13 levels already today. Yeah, there we go. Dodge City holster. So let's see if we have anything to add to our library. The 5 things we're missing to upgrade. Nope. Do, 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 do. We can break all this down. Okay, so the other thing we have to work on here is on our event. Sidearm, eliminate using a sidearm to eliminate enemies, eliminate hostiles with a grenade, eliminate cleaners, eliminate melee attack with shielded hostiles. Do, 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 do. So this is character number 3, and this is knee pads. He holds our knee pads. And we have weapons dad. Pads, gloves. And holsters. And this is defense. Turret hive. Turret hive and firefly. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm switching characters. Going to my character number 4. Okay. Let's see what we have here. There's something we were going to work on here. Going. Swapping weapons will give you the following feature: more weapon damage. This is what a friend of mine was running with me, and it was making my build even that much stronger. Up to 23 now on the blue screen. Put the scabbard back. And we're just working on some builds here, kind of get using up some of them supplies um, for a video I'm going to do later on the night, which is support builds. You guys aren't there. Afternoon, everyone. Hey, nice to see you again. Nice to see you again today, Dave. Yep. Novo isn't a mule character. No, all four of my characters I play every day with. So no mule characters. I'm too big to mule anymore. I got too many resources the way it is now, especially with all these multipliers. I am literally have to just grind to get rid of the resources because I have nothing to prestige up. And Ooh, professor's about ready to go over to 10,000. That's pretty cool. Hey, wait a minute. What the hell? Why is my, that sucks. I don't have the event on. Got modifiers on for some reason. Sorry about having the multipliers on and not the game, guys. That's my bad. I'll fix it after this event. Hey, thanks for coming to the stream. I hope you stick around. If you have any questions, just put them down in the comment. We're about ready to run. Made one of the major mistakes that been warning people about in some of the videos and upcoming video on how can you improve your build? And one of them is double check everything before you run. I kind of threw this together. So sorry. My bad. Now, is anybody going to stick around? Yep, they are. That really sucked. I lost a lot of potential there. So, yeah. So, one of the things I need to do right now is make sure this is changed. I don't know how it got on that. Probably joined another group and this somehow is inactive. So, that was a costly mistake. But the True Patriot seemed to do well. It's not as strong, I believe, but it's a kind of support kind of build. So, yeah, that worked. Let's see if there's anything here that topped off my. Nope. There we go. And to 202, but the problem is I wasn't gaining any here. I lost 6 or 7 stars there that I could have gained. So that kind of sucks. Again, always check your items and what's going on in the game. There we go. That's more like it. And let's try this on the rook. Hey Dave, just to remind me to drop all the name gear for you so you can break it down. Where's Dave? Dave's not in here. Oh, I forgot I don't have turmoil on it. And I'm playing like I do. That's what I did wrong. Guys going to kill that one thing that's still back here? There we go. Nope. That's not what I wanted. Thank you. Okay. Hey, Dave, you here? I'll drop you this any name stuff I have. Dave? There you go. Awesome. Now let's try it now that the build is a little bit better with the. So we'll try True Patriot in Turmoil on Heroic with a newer guy, which is cool because we'd love to help the new guys. Oh, where are you, Dave? God dang it. Come on, buddy. Come on. You're losing my bonuses. Come on. Shit. Come on, you bastard. Damn it. Gotta get me up, buddy. Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Here you go. You were a lifesaver on that one, Dave. Great job. Got a little too aggressive for being heroic. Is he still upstairs? Shit, 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 shit. Give myself a final heart attack here. Being too aggressive. Worked out. Got a teammate that's being smart. Awesome job. Got two of them behind us. Be careful. Woohoo. Well, that was scary, but you did a great job. Great job, Dave. You saved us on that one. More than once. No name year to give you. Okay. Off to the stronghold. And we're going to only do this on challenging. Dave, you coming? Dave is coming. Yeah, challenging. That's good. Okay. Dave, you not here or what? There he is. What was that? Shit. Want to see something good? Got to go back. Come on, no. Why can't I see it? Oh, no. Come on, guys. Jesus. Hey, yeah, Brooklyn Gamer. Thank you. Yeah, I just got back on after a few years, if you're still here. Um, I had a job where I was gone all the time and kind of prevented me from doing Division 2 for the last 2 or 3 years since COVID. And yep, I'm back into it. Start doing regular videos here pretty soon. I got to get back into the kind of how to make videos again. Kind of got out of practice. So I've just been doing live stuff right now, kind of getting everything up to par. Are you on Xbox? a PS5. Yeah, I don't have the money to invest like a commie or the time. I I know the format when you're big like Kamikaze or some of the other ones, and I know to be on PC to do the play testing and stuff like that. But I could probably be on PC. I tried to download it, but every time it wouldn't let me. I bought it for PC, just never played it. I tried to do the "Am I a robot" thing, and it won't let me. I'll be right back. Did you make arrangements to go get Aiden today? No. Did you ask him? Well, he said he got off after 2, and he started texting me like something, and I heard you on the phone with somebody. No, I didn't. No, a few days ago, you were talking about the gazebo. Were you talking to Aiden? No. Who were you talking about setting up at the gazebo with you? Brandon. I mentioned it to Brandon. And he probably mentioned it to Aiden. But you might give Aiden a call. Okay. Okay. I heard Dave come and snatch the piece I dropped for him. That's awesome. Ow. Oh, man. Get too old. I'm getting a bad shoulder playing video games. How's that? I must tense up my shoulder or something when I'm concentrating. So Brooklyn, do you use? I tried something crazy. This true Patriot build. Um, do you play on all 4 accounts? I don't know this one as much. So let's delve in our bag of tricks and put the rigger build on, which is oops, stash. Heartbreaker. Okay, let's run it the way it's supposed to be built. Do you run the turmoil builds? No, I play on all 4 characters every day. They're all up to par. So yeah, I have to waste some time switching stuff back and forth all the time because they're so full that I have to empty it to put the good builds back on, and yeah, it's kind of crazy stuff. I was happy to see our main stash increased to 400. That was pretty awesome. Yeah, that's a lot of grinding, but right now, I that job that took up all my time, I lost it in early May, so kind of unemployed right now. So I can kind of grind. I just haven't like learned the Twitch or how to beg people for money to make this my full time job. So it'll be short lived. But when you're got a times three multipliers, you got to grind. Got to grind. Black Tuck's activities and name Tusk. So probably best to just do a bounty. Probably over here. Yeah, I got plenty of them over here. So what are you looking forward to in the new season? We're getting more. I did not know that. I hadn't heard that on each character or in the thing. I don't have the. I have the wrong specialist on for this build. All right, there are a couple. You have the turmoil knee pads. Yes. Uh, I got to buy the download for each character. No, it's I don't have multiple accounts, just multiple characters. Yes, I am looking forward to the new gear. A lot of stuff is coming back from Division One or stuff that's like Division One. I'm wondering if they're going to consolidate, maybe get rid of Division One, quit updating it, and just concentrate on two and three. Yeah, you think that's what they're doing? Shutting down one and concentrating on two and three. That's why they're bringing all the good stuff from one to kind of keep those people happy. Because there is a niche group of people that play Division One but don't play Division Two. Okay, I know there's people that are really loyal to Division One, even some of the content creators. A lot of the guys who used to hang with Kami really like Division One.
You want to pick up a?
Okay. I tried to replay the manhunt last night. Maybe it was just because it's late last night, but those bosses were just, I was doing it solo and it was just impossible. It's crazy bad. Yeah, don't you do the like recap and builds for the week? Ain't that the video you do? Like that's your bread and butter video? Oh, okay. Um, if you look back on the channel, I still keep the stats. I just don't make the videos every week, but I had a niche in Division 2 where I would database every content creator for the week, how many videos they did and um stuff like that. Like stream videos like this would only get 1 point, a build video we get 3 or 4 points. A how to, you know, how to do this or how to do that would be 5 points. That was the highest. Like news got 3 points, I think. When people would get in there, just comment on their opinions and stuff like that. If it was just them talking, it was a 1 point video. If it was like a group discussion or something like that, it was a 2 pointer. And then I would have the database. It took about 6 hours on a Sunday to put all the data for the week, and that's how I kind of got my name and got associated with some of the other ones. In fact, just last week, Joe jumped in my video, NGN. Oh man, I was so excited. He's like my hero, and Kamikaze, I consider a good acquaintance. I've never met him in real life, or I've talked to him a few times. I've ran a lot of content with him years ago when I before I got inactive. Again, wasn't that I abandoned the game. It's just that the real life took me away from the game. But when I kept track, of course, the first year the champion of my top 13 was Wids, but it was kind of before I made videos. Then Kamikaze won second and third year, and then GC Rock won fourth year. Like I say, if it was a popularity contest, it would be Joe would win every year because I just love his content and the thought he puts into it and stuff like that. I also did rookies of the year, like um, Tuxedo won rookie of the year, and um, but I had a lot of good content creators, Pure Prime and DJ Tickle, and those guys. They were always on the top 10. Nothing but skills. Finished like second, like 5 years in a row. Kind of felt sorry for him. But I got into content creator because there was a lot of content that were, those first 6, 8 months. A lot of the content creators would get in there and say, "Hey, this is what you got to do," and you'd look at their watch score and it's like 100, you know, or their score, just they throw this build together and it just wasn't up to par. Yeah, the Woods never really left. In fact, my theory on the whole glitch, if you were around that first year, was I think the glitch is like the old Nintendo XYZ up, down, left, right codes. You know, you grab a hold of the weapon or what, however it did, and then you grab your shield, and then you do the hokey pokey and turn yourself around, and your damage doubled, right? And I think it was a backdoor for the programmers to make themselves more God mode so they could test their game out. And I'm believing because Wood seemed to have a real tight thing, especially with Yannick and some of the other guys, really talked him up. So I think he had insider information, and of course, Woods always came across as like a braggart. I try not to do that, but a lot of times I do the same thing if I'm not careful. It's like, oh, look at what I done, you know. And it's more what I want to do is have videos that say, hey, you can do this too. This is how you do this. This is how you succeed, or this is this is how I got here. This is how I was able to do it. Not, oh, look what I done. Because I don't think this old man's important enough to be one of those people that uh people want to watch. That's the that's the 20-year-old somethings that, you know. So yeah, that's my opinion. But you're going to go edit your videos, are you? But thanks for stopping by, Brooklyn. Again, even though too bad we're not in the same format, would love to do content. One of the things that I did with Kami is we ran four content creators, ran some summit back in the day when we were doing it. And I was trying to get I was trying to convince eight of us to get together and do like a raid or something, and then like share each other's view of it, and then consolidate it. Like, literally edit a big video for all eight of us to, hey, this is, oh, look over here, Bear's doing this, and he's being the healer, or he's back in the day, he's doing the ace and eights, and here's the DPS, and this is, fighting the Chunga and shocking the Chunga, stuff like that. Yeah, and again, some content creators, especially the content creators from Division One, seem to be more competitive. I don't. I'm just the opposite. I would promote. There's only one content creator I don't mention or don't promote, and that's because he got a burr up his butt, tried to copyright me for my early videos, and I had to pull them all down. And he actually got basically a trial with YouTube, and then basically YouTube kind of stepped in once I put my case together. And if you go back, you can see an old video from like year one, and I actually discussed that in the evidence and conversations that I had with the guy, where he actually he said, yeah, verbally that it was okay to use his stuff and to use his logo when describing him. And he was on my top 13 countdown like 3 or 4 weeks that year. And then when I told him that he was promoting a glitch and got people banned, and then laughing about it, he didn't like that. So that's the only the only content creator I don't talk about. As you noticed, I just don't use his name here. But I did finally win the thing with YouTube. YouTube basically, I guess, told him or asked him to, when the evidence I sent him, basically, you need to withdraw your complaint, or we're going to investigate you to lose your account, because this looks like it looks like a vendetta, not a true complaint. So they kind of gave him the riot act. But yeah, I used to even have Frog the God get on there and say, "Hey, what Bear's doing is really awesome," and somebody that maybe is a bigger content creator ought to do what he does. I'm like, no, nobody's going to take the time to do what I did. I thought about bringing it back, but now there's even more content creators, and it would be so much time, and then it took away from time for me to play and stuff. It is. Maybe if I was monetized and making a good amount of money off of it, but the only people that were subscribing to my channel back then were other content creators. I wasn't. I didn't do a build of the week kind of video. I did. In fact, I for the longest time shied away from doing any build videos. I only did build videos of what I ran, not, hey, let's try this out build, or this is the flavor of the month. Like I would run, like I did Elvis, which is the Kingbreaker Heartbreaker, which is kind of the same build that I'm running right now that's been modified, with the turmoil. I call it Elvis in turmoil. So it's the heartbreaker and the memento and the turmoil and then of course this I played around with different weapons, but usually I stay with the Kingbreaker. But lately it's this blue screen that works really well with this build. And when that first year, I was a content creator when I first started, about the 8 month mark. When I started making content, I played since like the first week it came out. My sons were born in DC when me and my ex wife were in the Air Force together. So my youngest son, which was in his 20s at the time when the Division 1 came out, so he's in his late 30s now. So he decided that he wanted me to check out this game because he wanted to know how realistic the layout of DC was. So I showed him some of the stuff that had been changed just to keep the map short, and other stuff that wasn't there, like the Vietnam War Memorial and stuff like that. So we're missing one. It's got to be hid somewhere. I don't like this range. It's the worst one. There you go. Got one last shot at it. Okay. Maybe we don't. Activities. Again, I can't thank you enough for stopping by, gamer. I don't want to hold you back, but you're welcome anytime, man. And when what I do is you're on a rotation, so I watch like when I go to bed, or I go make food. I throw on a few videos from the people that I subscribe to, and I just let them play. So you get credit for the account. And now that you've actually stopped by, I will probably, make a bunch of your videos and then like overnight. So you'll have like 10 hours of watch time the next day just for me. Are you monetized yet? Aren't you like a few thousand, like 6,000 or something like that? Yeah, no, I mean, it doesn't cost me any money. I mean, it's not like I got to pay, you know, internet. Internet is, not free, but I mean, I pay for the internet and I don't pay for the usage per se. So why not help somebody out? I'm sure it's only adds up to a few cents, but a few cents is a few cents if you're monetized. Or if you're not monetized, it gets you there, right? What I've said it a number of times in the stream. It don't cost you to, somebody will say, well, I like this content creator. I'll only listen to him, and I won't listen to this guy. He makes too long of videos or that kind of stuff. And I'm like, hey, support everybody. They're out there. They're out there making videos to inform you or entertain you or whatever. If you don't like them, don't watch them. But it doesn't cost you a cent to subscribe to all these guys. And if it's a game you love, somebody everybody has some kind of niche that kind of unique and oh man, this guy came up with this. So yeah, that's why I like doing top 13. Not yet. I don't have the watch hours. I don't have the subscribers. I'm getting real close. I'm with the subscribers, but and back when I was making videos, and top 13, I had watch time was up around like 8,000 hours a year, and now it's down under 1,000. I've never had a big blow up video. The Even though I really believe I was the first video to do Yannick the Beard's alternate spawn. One of my clanmates accidentally he seen it on the ground. And he goes, "What do you think that means?" There's like code and stuff in the game, and I'm like, "Looks like jumping jacks to me." So he stepped on it and did jumping jacks. Of course, we got raped. You know, back in those days, I mean, it was the beginning of the beginning. We there was no 40 level. There was no heartbreaker builds or you know. We literally were dead in like 10 seconds. And it raped us. You remember my video from back in the day? Awesome. Yeah, I had, the other thing is you get people like, especially your fellow PlayStation guys tended, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm Xbox, but they tended to be a little bit more cliquish, a little bit more, I liked vibes, he never gave me some issues, but you know, vibes and Cold Boy, Wids, nothing but skills. Those guys were kind of hang around together. Yep, yep. But since that time, people have really stepped up to the game. I'll tell you the guy that could be toxic that I really liked his stuff, but he always had to defend because a lot of times he was one of the first guys that came out with a video, and he was a real Russian sounding dude, and I forget what his name was. I think he went through a few names, but he was so hilarious on it. Was like, you know, but I think it was an old Division One guy that kind of came over. Whatever happened to Cold Boy? Well, that was one of the ones I was alluding to that used to do the. I liked Cold Boy, but a lot of times it seemed like he would see something and then he would make. He had a great following. Um, Probably real life, to be honest. He got into bodybuilding a lot. I knew he was talking about that, but who knows? What would have happened? It's been 6 years. Car accidents, or who would have? Who knows? I'm sure there's some content creator that we lost. Like I know some of them. This was kind of a jumping thing to get into something they really enjoyed more. The guy from Chicago that did the Endless Seeker build. Um, not that, not the other people. When Hardwired first came out, he had a video that went viral for Division Two, and I'm trying to think his name. I'd have to look at my old top 13 countdown. And he got into doing horror. That was his real fun. And then another guy, he started developing his own game. He did a lot of commentary and stuff like that. And to be honest, I would kind of have to refresh my memory on when you cover 1,000. My database had literally had 1,000 people. Yes, yes. Well, Jasmine did some of that, but um, I kind of felt sorry for one of the guys that I always thought was top tier. Was Identity. I thought he always come up with really unique, powerful builds. Explained the game really well. Had a really his edit videos were well edited, and he had a very I don't he and like I have to edit out. Um, he was he was really top notch, and he's always been big on Division Two, and he kind of seemed hurt this last few weeks that he wasn't invited to Maslow, and he's big enough that he should have been. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And Identity's one of those guys that I would, I had a lot more respect for Identity than some of the other ones that seem to be like, um, early on that first 6 months, we had a lot of people that would just literally, watch somebody else's video. And then I was also told that he said some of the bigger content creators will watch people like you that have 200 or 300 people, and then they'll take your video and they'll just make it a better video. And then they'll say, well, you copied their video. And then you have to sit there and say, well, how did my video come out 2 days before his? So yeah, I try not to get into that kind of thing. The only time I have is just to defend myself, and I learned pretty quick that defending yourself doesn't work. Um, they either smart enough to figure it out, or their followers can be toxic enough, and if they get in there and do your thumbs down all the time. I used to have some dude, and I'm pretty sure I knew who it was. um, he would get on the videos and he would post something like, for sexwithunderagegirls.com, and that gets you, that kind of stuff can get your video flagged wrong, and he would put shit like that on my thing, and I'd have to go in there and take it off. And yeah, so there is a toxic side of it. Like my the love of my life told me that, she goes, you ain't going to handle it when these people get toxic and cancel you and all this. And I kind of proved her wrong, but it's not been, there's times it's not been fun. So I don't like it when other people get on this person or that person, become negative. That's what I'm saying. We're all in the same community. I think we're there to promote the game. That doesn't mean you have to be a yes person, but if you're not a yes person, don't be surprised that you know Maslow didn't pick you. Now I don't think that's the case with identity. I think somebody whoever handed out the who's coming to test out season 7 and the download. I I you know that I guess that's a job at Maslow I would have liked to had is the community relations with the other content creators, and then I would have had a staff. I would have done top 13 from like Ubisoft, like sponsored from Ubisoft. My whole idea behind it was to have a convention each year and handing out the rewards like Gen Con kind of thing for us content creators. And literally, this is the award of the year instead of just like on my channel and say, hey, this is top thing, this top rookie, this top storyteller, this is top news guy. No, but that's okay. Who's Frog? Frogs like every other word is a cuss word, very toxic, and but I'm okay with that. It's just not my style. It's not something I would prescribe to. But I had to check out these guys' videos every week. So I seen a lot of them. Now, would I watch? I couldn't watch. If it was an hour video, I can't watch a whole hour video and then get to the other videos. I watch enough of it to go, okay, this is a story video, or this is a build video, or this is just, somebody, basically being a live video like I'm doing now. And, and it, it takes a lot less effort to sit here and run around and hit the button to say I'm live. I hit a few buttons, put a title screen on there, maybe put a URL or something like that on there, and then go live. That shouldn't be the same as NGN, where he had to, cut this and find this picture and then find this video and then find this and put it in there and edit it. That might take a whole week to make a great video like that. But that's why he has 100,000 views on his videos, you know. So the more time and effort you put into it, um, and like I say, doing the top 13, I had some great advice from other content creators, and Kamikaze and some of the other ones were like, if you made better URLs and it's all about how's your video stand out in the search. Are you putting the are you putting the are you putting the right rhythms in there? And so yeah, there's a whole science behind that. And do you use OBS or do you use Elgato? What kind of software you use, if I may ask? So you can make and edit your own video right off the PlayStation 5 with nothing else with it? That's pretty awesome. The one I got initially when I first tested it out, I got it because it was a free download. The problem is, when you use the free download, it was called Wondershare, and it put a Wondershare at on my video, and so I realized pretty soon if I wanted to post a video on YouTube or anywhere else, I didn't need that banner there. So then it cost me like a lifetime. I think it cost me like 70 or 80 bucks for lifetime. And they've updated it a bunch of times, and now there's things you can buy and add-ons, and you know, but technically, I think I'm grandfathered in where a lot of that stuff is. Yeah, the watermark exactly. Yep, yippers, yippers. Name Black Tusk. Oh, I need to do another bounty and just kind of running around doing nothing, not paying attention, just just shooting shit. So I get this one done, then I'm gonna have to take a break. I need to do real stuff. Me. Well, that's part of it, but again, it's just get back into it. And, um, at my age, the the last few weeks here being unemployed, at least I got in. Finally, had the time to get into the VA and get some of the issues that should have been addressed 20 years ago addressed, like my hearing and some of the stuff. I think that's another thing that why Kamikaze Von Doom and me maybe hit it off a little bit better. At first, he first got on to talk to me because he thought I was making fun of his name because a lot of times I guess I would mispronounce it or say it wrong, and I had no bad intentions behind it. And then another guy that only lives about 70 miles away from me, he kind of befriended me, and he's a real good friend. I mean, he dates back to Division One before neither one of them made videos. Um, Jacob, um, trying to think of Jacob's actually name, but that's I mean, he made videos when he was in high school. But a lot of, like I say, some of those people had to go get a real life, had to go get a real job, um, and then we all know that Division Two is if you want to make a living out of it, you might as well be doing Call of Duty or something that you got a lot, when you got 20 million people on a day playing the game, where Division Two is, not those kind of numbers. But most of us, I think, do it because we love the game. We like the game. I've never been one to shy away from a grind. Uh, I learned how to grind back in the days of Star Wars Galaxy, which was kind of like World of Warcraft for Star Wars. And then, of course, they tried to make it universal. And back in my day, you had to grind through different professions to secretly get a Jedi character. And then they kind of nerfed the game, and there was a whole complex. You had to really know what you were doing. And of course, this is before people made videos on it. Epic Slayers? Yeah, Epic Slayers was on, my top 13 almost every week. Yeah, he was right up there, and he was top 10 the first 4 years that I did it. Yeah, he was, um, lot of more newsy kinda stuff. Sometimes he would do his, kinda opinionated videos, and I'm not meaning bad opinionated, but, his take on things. "Hey, I think the game's going this way," or, you know, "I still love the game." Yeah, Epic Slayers. I'm trying to think of the other guy that did story videos like, NGN, and, again, I'm gonna have to refresh my own memory from my own database. Yeah, I remember there was a video guy from Division 1, that went to Division 2 in about a year and a half in a game. He goes, I've learned how to make videos, and I believe I got more to say about important issues." And he started doing like newscast kind of stuff, like, the condition of the world and things that were more important. Did I not get that? Was I not doing? I guess I missed it. Yeah, I guess I'm heading to it. But yeah, you start. Yeah, I actually started doing this because I encouraged my son. He played when he got back from Afghanistan. He played COD, and he played games so much, and that was before this. But um, COD, and pretty much he would play a game and 100% it, and move on to the next game, download a game, upload a game. Where I usually stick to one or two, 3 games. The Assassin's Creed series. Um, I would have loved to have done No Man's Land. That's the kind of the sci-fi thing. I would have enjoyed that, but by that time that game rolled around, I was so much into this game. I do play some. Haven't played some PUBG in a long time, but I used to play PUBG and Call of Duty, a few times a week. The battle royales. Well, yeah, I got all the time in the world, and like I say, last Monday, I because I was stationed in Japan for a while, and I loved the feudalistic Japan. I played Assassin's Creed's new Shadow, and I played it for a few hours and streamed it, and I like it. Some of the mashing button thing combos is more difficult for. I'm not that 12-year-old. I'm gonna kill you. Of Robin Williams has a great routine about because he was a big gamer. I don't ever remember playing with Robbins. I did play with Ice T on here. I was helping him on the raid back in the first year when the raid first came out. That was kind of neat. and that's the only known celebrity that I've played with, him and his entourage, that I know of. How you could be a celebrity, I don't know. One of these days, I could be a celebrity if I get one of my scripts made. I take that back. Me and a few of us content creators were talking to the guy that was supposedly going to make um, the Netflix division movie. He did Reds. That was kind of neat. And I somebody suggested to me that we turn it into a series, and I was like, I would write a series, like the first episode about the outbreak, and then the second episode maybe about how Rikers fell, and third episode about the outcast, and fourth episode about the cleaners, and one more about kind of concentrated. And then I was like, hell, we could we could do stories like uh Kami, I could do a story, write a story about how your AC-130 gunship got shot down, and that's how over New York, and that's how you became the agent and surviving the plane crash after all that, because some Rikers guy got a hold of the wrong weapons and shot down your Air Force plane. And then, of course, I developed my own backstory, slightly close to real life. That being a truck driver, I was basically third wave of division, and my sons were already in New York volunteering, and I had I lost track of them, because communication broke down, and my sons got me where a job where I was hauling stuff in, supplies into JTF, and then I was hauling. They wanted me to haul dead bodies out, in the middle of nowhere, and um, then when I lost contact with my kids, then being 20-year-olds and young, and I I'd become a JTF agent and tried to figure out where they went. What happened to the first wave of agents that included both of my sons. Right, exactly. I haven't given it up on it. It's just I've been working on other scripts that I think would sell better right now. The um, one about the animated thing about birds of New York. I bet you would. I know most of the division. I've also had an idea for a long time. My son is like runs first. If you know what first robotics is, he's like one of the. He's basically had every position from just building robots his freshman year at West Lafayette to being president of first at a state level. I don't think he'll ever do a national level thing, but who knows? I thought he was going to be done when my third grandson was born this summer, and he had they have term limits because COVID. He actually served as president of First of Indiana for like 3 years, so he served longer than most, if not anybody before him, because of COVID. And but this like the state championship a month ago, they called him up and he was sick and couldn't go, and the head referee hit his head. Something about judging the game where the head ref got hit in the head, and got a concussion, had to leave the tournament. So Logan, being close to Indianapolis, basically threw on a mask to in case he was had something contagious, and ended up roughing the state championship. Got a big award and stuff from for all his service. But I basically made a Johnny Number Five spec script on kids that build a robot and then end up with some military tech, and by a snafu, the robot actually gets to the conscience, and is it AI or is it really alive, kind of thing. Okay, what am I doing? Again, at my age, my ADD is kicking my ass. I got it completed. Okay. Well, with that complete, I probably need to end this stream. I love the conversation with us. Again, do you think one of the questions that one of my friends that plays a lot of these games, not like we do, but he plays it on a casual basis, but he asked that had there been any crossover yet? And I'm like, I don't remember that Ubisoft's ever done a crossover. I don't think Assassin's Creed or anything like that. Not that that's a big PvP thing or anything like that, but it would be nice. It would be nice if Division 3 would, basically be kind of like Call of Duty or some of the other games where you could play on any format and play with each other. We are you actually work at Ubisoft? Or are you just saying we as a community? Oh, okay. We as a community. It's like that would be cool. I do miss state of the game. I know a lot of content creators tried to do a state of the game. I know Vibes did a state of the game. Kami kind of did one. I think maybe even Epic Slayers kind of did tried to do a thing where got a few people on to discuss what was going on in division that the week. Okay, completing this task is definitely a good place to end this. Yes, I did. Like I played Star Wars Galaxy when I was traveling a lot because I could play it on my phone. I mean, Star Trek Fleet Command, and they don't have a state of the game, but they have somebody that pays when they have a big download. She gets on there and discuss, what it is and maybe suggestions how to play the new format or the new ship. Well, they've always been if it wasn't for the content creators, this game would not have lasted. They do not support the complexity of some of the game. None of us truly, nobody has ever truly figured out the Ubisoft math. They might claim they have, but you put the formula in there, it doesn't add up to the numbers that's on your screen. It's there's something in there that we don't know, or some things hit harder than they should. Others don't hit nearly as hard as they should on math, with the multipliers, and whoa. What really is the difference? We know multiplicable is much higher than just additive, but nobody has had the formula yet that could hit the numbers and say that's why that number is on your screen. They can get close, but nobody's really got the right math down yet. So that's my humble opinion. So what should I call you, Brooklyn? I'm Bear, or nobody calls me Tracy. Byers is fine. And Bear Byers or Bear Byers. Either one of those is fine. So I hate to end this, people, but I have my grandson coming over. I need to make some stuff for him. I need to make. My dad lives with me. He's 79, and he went to get my grandson. So he, I need to get off of here and get some stuff done in real life. But I will be back on later this evening. A lot of people just call me Brooklyn. That's cool. I just want to make sure that there's a better thing to do. Some people keep their anonymity. Some people are put their stuff out there like on their sleeve. No, thank you. Thank you for stopping by. And if any of you, the three of you that are watching other than Brooklyn there, check out Brooklyn Gamer. He's another content creator. And again, you can never support enough content creators, from the new guys to the guys that's been around. If it's not, and there's different kinds of styles of the game. There's the guys that just love running around the PvP and talking trash, and there's other people that just like grinding like me. So yeah, check out Brooklyn Gamer. Before I sign off, write your YouTube name on there, so the three people there that's watching my stream right now, or the people that watch this video later on, can actually come see you. Again, I support people. I don't get the, oh, this is my video, you can't say in that. So that's my dad now. Yeah, your channel. Yes, sir.
Rob, can you talk?
Yeah.
Okay.